let's get started. Welcome. So today I thought that we would implement. I have like a couple of hours, so I'm thinking that I'm just gonna do a quick one here and implement some interiors in the game. So basically, what we need is a way to enter buildings, and I've done some placeholder graphics basically for some interior stuff, and yeah, just to have something there, and yeah. So let's see what we can do with that. So let's start at the editor, because I think we're gonna need a new. I'm thinking how to do this is basically have a new type of entity. That is gonna be sort of like an entrance or exit, except it's more like a portal. So for example, well, over here we have a door. So it is, you go over to this door, you press some button, like up button maybe, to enter the door. And yeah, I'm thinking about the up button instead of the A button or the accept button, because accept is used to talk to people and stuff. So if there's someone in front, maybe you want to go in the door, it's better if it's like the up button, so you can always, you know, activate it without having to wait for people to move out of the way and stuff like that. So but anyway, so my idea is that we create this entity here, which, I mean, it could be this, but this is sort of hard coded right now to only work with if you're actually colliding with it, and we don't really have. Well, I guess what we could have. We could add a property to this entity type that, I mean, we have this vertical bool. We could add another property that is like maybe a string that tells us what kind of exit this is. The issue with that, though, is that we currently have a scene map that is automatically generated through these collision-based exits, and they are basically always, you know, connected like this. You have exits and entrances in each of these spots where they sort of collide here, and well, this will be a different kind because it's like, it doesn't really fit into this map. And it's gonna be interesting to see how we want to do that. We might have several different maps, and this might be like the main map, and then you can switch between. Maybe you can get a list of all the like connected sort of graphs. So what I'm thinking is we're not gonna use this. We're gonna use a custom entity for this. So we're gonna need to go in here, and we're gonna add a new entity type, which is gonna be, what is this going to be? Portal exit. I mean, they are all kind of magically portally. But I guess activated exit, maybe. I don't know what to call it. Maybe that's a bad name. Well, whatever. It's fine. That's probably the only type of exit we're gonna have anyway, so. And it's not really gonna show So we're just gonna take this and take some kind of color from here. I don't know, white. And of course we need a property. And this property is going to be the target entrance. So it's going to be an entity reference to another scene. So that's going to be interesting because it's the first of its kind. We have the ability to select another scene. So it shouldn't be a problem. So this would be the entrance. And or target, or I don't know, whatever. So we'll save that. All right, so now we have this exit entity type. And so let's go back to I'll just close all this. Let's just close everything and open up the village again. Okay. Yeah, here's our exit. Let's scale it to 1632. And we'll just put you over there. All right. And then the target, we don't have a target yet, so we have to create this interior now. So yeah, go to, first you have to go to time. Well, actually we can start at scene now. So we'll start at scene. This will be, well, I don't know if this is going to be the elder's house. It's probably not. I'm not sure if this layout's going to be anything. I'm just going to say this is going to be the test interior 1. All right. Now we have that. And so now we can, if you have an asset input like this, I can press plus to add one of the same name. There we go. And now we can start editing the tile map here. And so we'll just begin. I'm thinking of using the same interior, like the same thing over here. So basically selecting all of this. I'm gonna create the ground over here. It's not gonna be too large of a room, so we'll just try something like this. I wish I had like a way to crop down to this size now. If I go, actually, you know what? Let's just start at 1.1 and then we can build from there. Actually, we better go down. Okay. So we have our little room here. All right, and let's make this door. Okay, now here's gonna be the entrance. Okay, and what kind of, do we want this texture for the floor maybe? I don't really know. Sure, why not? Okay. And we have the walls. Oops. Actually, we could do this and this. No, not this. Maybe. Yeah, sure. That fits. And that for the other side. Okay, and then the ceiling could be you, and actually we have a bunch of variation for the ceiling. All right. Okay, and then we need some windows. So if we go back to the other scene, we can see that the windows are basically like this. So we can say, I think, whoops, there and there. Oh yeah, that's right. I forgot to add the other layers. Okay, everything is in background 1, so I will take all of these, copy, delete, put it into the foreground. There we go. That is now in the foreground. These two, I want to copy, delete, put them in background 2, and remove them there. And then for background 1, well, they are sort of transparent, so you could put anything like outside if you want to have, something like sky, or I don't know. I'll just put white. So now it should, yeah, now it looks like this. Yeah, and yeah, and this could be, this is now the exit. If we go to the scene, we can add, or the entrance, I guess. Yeah, this entrance. Oh yeah, I have to fix this as well. So I will save everything. We have conflicting input labels or IDs. So this would be layout scene. We should, yeah, the entrance. Right. So here's the scale input for the entrance. Now this is one that we should use, I think, for now, since we don't have. Yeah. So this one is like, we added a scale, like a scale input that is for all entities. So all entities have scale, but the exit and entrance, they were made before we had the scale on all entities, so they have their own scale. So we should migrate that, but right now I'm not gonna do it right now. So I'm just gonna say, if we have entrance or exit, we don't do anything. Otherwise, we will have a scale input. Okay. So now we won't get conflicting inputs there. I guess we could put these separately here, actually. So if we move, so it will be very this, and then entrance. Yeah. Oh yeah. So also we need exit and entrance. There we go. So that's only for the scale input. I mean, I guess we could have put else over here as well, but whatever. Okay. Let's see now if this works. There we go. So now we can change the scale here. Oops. Oh yeah, these are like tile scales, so should sort of match up like this. Okay. So that's the entrance. Let's call this, well, it doesn't really matter what it's called actually, but let's call this start, because then we can actually play it. Why did it crash? Okay, let's check the logs. Could not find entrance with key start. I thought I changed it. Oh. Oh, that's the enter. Okay. There we go. Right. This is kind of read-only, this one. But I need it to be sort of selectable so I can copy it. Maybe I'll add a button instead. Like copy the ID. I also really need to make this expandable here, but... Okay, so now we have the start key. Okay, there we go. So now we can play this one. Okay. Now we also want the same exit, activated exit in here, so we can actually exit as well. And let's just put it over there. Sure. I think it should be like one up, because it's colliding a little bit with the... There we go. All right. Okay. So now we have entrance and exit over there. Okay. Now we can go over to our scene here. We can select this and we can set this entity. And now since the scene is another scene, or the target is another scene, we can select it from this list here, test interior. Oh, right. They are now actually overlapping, so... Okay, so we got the entrance. That's good. That was lucky. But otherwise we would have just moved it away and selected it otherwise. Okay. So now this is connected up to that scene. Okay. Now we have a way to... Well, they are connected now. We should also do the same thing for here. So we should add this one. Let's actually... Oops. Well, let's do this first so that we can adjust it later. Put you over there. You are gonna be test interior 1. Okay, and now we'll go over here and we will select our exit, set this entity back to the village, this one. All right, so now they are both connected. There we go. All right, so what remains now is to implement these entities. So let's make sure everything is saved. There we go. And also the entity itself. Yeah. Okay. Now let's go over to the game code. And we will go to the scene file definition here. So let's see, we have our new type of exit. So this is going to be activated exit. And it's going to have properties. Okay. And this is going to be, we have entrance, which was a entity reference. Yeah, I think that was it actually. Let me just double check here. activated exit properties. Yeah, just one property named entrance, and it's an entity reference. Okay, great. Now we need to go to spawn, search for exit here. Wait. Invalid entity spawn. Right, so well, we probably do want to spawn this entity. This is going to be a different kind of entity, which we don't really have right now. So it's not really going to fit in any of our current types that we have. We have like devices. Well, I mean, I guess it might now. It's not going to be a device either. Device, what do we have? Items, monsters. So yeah, it's gonna be a bit different, but it is gonna be put down as an actual entity. I think makes sense. I mean, technically we could just use this imported scene data to do this as well. It's gonna be a bit different. Maybe we will actually. I mean, we could just do that, so we don't actually have to deal with the entities, because the entity, like, I mean, we still need to parse the properties, I guess. Yeah, maybe we will actually create an entity which is very, very like it's gonna be very simple. Activate and exit. It's going to be a scene entity activate and exit. Okay. Now over here then we're gonna have activated exit. So here's where we actually initialize the entity. What I'm thinking, I'm just gonna wing it here. So make a new entity. We'll just add the properties. And there we go. So now we have that, because these properties are the activate and exit, and that has everything we need. Well, I guess except for one thing. Actually, this can't be called entity. This is the ECS entity. Actually, we also need to add an ABB. With position and scale. There we go. So now we have the position, we have the size, and we have the target entrance as well. So now we can grab all of the entities that has this component, and we can also grab the size and position, and then we can determine if you're able to go through this activated exit by pressing up or something. All right. Okay. Yeah. That's very simple, actually. Nice. So I'm just thinking where we should have this. For the player, we have this concept of, I'm thinking of copying some functionality here. So we have the concept of activate. Where is this happening? Right. So we have this concept of activating stuff, and basically we always keep track of what you can activate. And we have an activation target that is always like populated, and if it's null, then it means there's nothing to activate right now when you press the activate button. I'm thinking of having something similar to the up button, so that we always populate, you just press the up button and we have the activation target ready and just handle that. So that's what I'm thinking there. Now the activation target is handled in different places. So I will add a thing here, which will be, what would this be? Enter target or exit? Activated exit target, I will call this. And yeah, it can also be an entity. Okay. Now we'll search for whatever we have this. So here is a way, here's where we update our activation target. So what I'm gonna do, I'm just gonna copy this. Let's put it over here maybe. Update activated exit target. So because it's gonna be pretty similar, we need a player, we need some sort of hitbox to test against. Now this is gonna be, that's the player, right? It can be the same as the activation hitbox, that's fine. And then we're finding intersections, except this is not how we want to do it. Yeah. So because the entity is not part of the physics system, then we can't really do this. However, it's going to be pretty simple though. So we don't do this. We don't need a physics system. And we still want some targets there. But how we actually find these is we need to loop through some sort of activated exits. So activated exits is going to be a view of scene, wait, where is this? Entity activate and exit. Okay, now we have that view, and then we can loop through the data. This is going to be the entity. And we will get the activate the exit. Hello Blue, what's up? How's it going? Welcome. We will get for this entity. So now we have that, and then we also need the rectangle, which can be registry get. This from you, and it should always be activatable. So we just add this to the target. No, we need to we need to check if it's intersecting, right? So we need to check if the activation hitbox is intersecting with this rectangle. And if it is, then it's fine. So this should be fine, you know, performance wise, because at most gonna do this like, I mean, depending on how many doors you're gonna have in one tile map, that's how many times this is gonna happen. So it's not really that big of a deal. Activatable targets, and it's only, you know, it's only happening, yeah, it's only happening once per door. So yeah, and then we add this entity to the targets, and then we are done there. And down here we not say, we change this to this. Find nearest. This could be not working actually, because this relies on the physics body here, which we don't actually have. So actually this won't really work. Maybe we'll put an option here to say what kind of thing it's gonna look for. Find nearest kind. So yeah, rigid body or ABB. And if, yeah, so what we actually need is not the rigid body. We need, over here, we need the ABB. So this is going to be the candidate ABB. And so if kind is, well, let's do switch on kind. And if it's a rigid body, we do this dot ABB. And if it's the other one, which was ABB, then it's going to be get ABB from candidate. There we go. And then we don't need to call this. There we go. Okay. So now you are going to use rigid body, and you are going to use ABB. There we go. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, so basically, this is gonna get called every frame. What we're gonna do is we're gonna get a hitbox that is like the activation hitbox. It basically just how far the player can activate things, and then we create our activatable targets. This really doesn't need to be 100. It's probably overkill with 10 as well. Let's just do like 3. And or I guess let's do like 5. It doesn't really matter that much. Okay, so activatable targets, the initialize, and then we look through all of these activated exits, and we get the exit information. We don't really need the actually we don't really need this. We don't use this, so we can get rid of that. But we do need the ABB, so we're getting that. We're checking if this intersects with this. So basically, this is the position and size of the activated exit. So we check if we intersect with it. If we do, then this is one of the candidates for activation. So we append to this list. If this list is empty, then we set the target to null. Otherwise, we try to find the nearest one, and we set this to that target. Okay. Now we need to call this function as well. So let's see, where is this called? Over here. Okay, yeah. So let's just call this here as well. There we go. Any errors or anything? No. Great. So now we have activated exit target. So now we can go ahead over here to the input, and we need to define a new type of input, which is gonna be sort of enter, like enter the exit, I guess, enter door or enter. I guess it's sort of like activate, except it's like a location, activate location maybe. It's more like you're moving into a different spot. I don't know. It's like in Hollow Knight, when you press up on a bench, you sit down on the bench. But if you want to talk to someone, you have to press the talk button. That's a different button. And if you want to enter a door, I believe that's also you press up to enter a door. So it's like two different kinds of activations depending on like the kind of action you're doing, which is distinctive because I think just of the fact that, I mean, I guess it's kind of intuitive. You press up to go into a door that is sort of established, but then also from a gameplay perspective, if the door is blocked by some person that is slowly going by, you don't have to wait until that person is gone to be able to enter the door. But yeah, I'm just figuring out what this action should be called. It's like an activate, except it's like activating, moving to a different location maybe. I don't know. I'm just gonna call this enter. E comes after D. This has to be sorted alphabetically, so yeah, that's fine. And we put it in the same order down here. Now this is going to be the up button, so I'm saying up there. Left face up is corresponding to that. All right, so now that should be a new type of action that we can use. And we will go down to the update input thing. Yeah, so here we can say, where is this? Here's is activate input on. Let's add is enter input on. And it should be a pressed thing. There we go. Now this is kind of scary sometimes because we're consuming the thing, and if one of these is mapped to the same thing, then the other, if activate is mapped to the same as enter, then activate is going to take precedence here and consume it before this has a chance to consume it. So that it's kind of weird. This is probably not a good idea to do it like this, but yeah, I would have to figure out a better way. It's like, I probably want to check first. Maybe there's like, we could add a way to sort of take it back or something. Oh, we'll see. Probably make it way more complicated than it needs to be, but... Okay, let's check where this is used. So over here. Let's put an else here maybe. This is like attack. Oh, yeah, these are like actions, I guess you could say, so it makes sense. Well, let's just else it here. If actually this sort of goes back to idle, right? Because we're focusing. If we're not currently focusing, okay, and if we're not focusing, we should go back past here. So if the enter input is on and we have an activation target, well, okay, let's do it like this because sig is how it is. We can say activated exit target. We get this target here. Yeah. So I wish there was a way to actually nest, like have this in here and then still be able to sort of capture it here, but it's not possible, and I've seen that it's not gonna be possible either, probably. So that's kind of, because now you need to nest it or think of another way to structure it. You could start with this and then have the input on here, but then that will mess up the flow here with else ifs. I would really want to have it like this, like if this is on and this is not equal to null, but then yeah, then we know that we have an exit target, so you can just do this, but it just feels, yeah, I don't know, it feels a bit convoluted or yeah, a bit much boilerplate to do things like this, but anyway, so right, so if the input is on and we have a target, we simply want to use it. So let's see what is going to happen now. We're basically probably need to, yeah, we need to sort of execute the same code that is happening when you transition from, like when you exit let's see. Where is that happening? Like when you exit a scene normally by going to the edge of the map. So let's check the update. Where is that happening? Let's see. First we have play component. Yeah, this is the menu. Here we go. Handle check exits. Right. So it's sort of gonna be the same thing here. We just call transition to an exit, and this is right. So this assumes that we actually have an exit here. I mean, I guess we could produce an exit. Yeah, that's not really a huge deal. But I don't think we can call transition right away because we're in the middle of the scene update. Let's see, where is this happening? So I'm thinking either, yeah, it's happening over here or over here actually. So either we can return maybe a bool here to see if we need to like exit out of the frame, or have some sort of entity that we create that at the end of the thing we're gonna do a transition. That's normally how we handle these things, like, yeah. But I mean, the easiest way right now would be just to have an if statement here. So it's like if this returns true, then we need to, then we know that we have made a transition. So we do the same thing here, update camera, return. Now the issue with this is we have two places now where we have this sort of functionality, which is bad. And then also it's kind of I don't know, it's kind of arcane how we handle this. So well, it's gonna be arcane anyway, and what I mean by that is basically it's like, I don't know, it doesn't really fit into a neat pattern, I guess. But what you could do is create a special type of component that is like, okay, upon the scene, if this exists, you need to transition to the next scene. You could also put it on the play component itself, I guess. So for example, here in handle exit checks, we could actually add a thing here, so we could get the player component, and we can simply check if transition to scene, if we have this scene, we can call transition with transition to scene, and then dot exit. Actually, we can just provide this here. So we'll simply do this, return true, right? We can actually do this before. So that would also be a way to do it. We simply set something on the player component when it's happening. Yeah, that's going to be very easy to do. Let's just do a transition to scene, and it's going to be a nullable, and this is going to be like a scene. Wait, scene exit, I think. Unless we change the type in there. No, c.exit, right? Oops. Okay. Which is basically the same thing. We see scene file name, target file name, the key that we need to go into. Right. So this could be interesting. I think what we want to do is we want to have a separate kind of exit, actually. So maybe we'll change this into a union enum instead, actually. So yeah, we'll change this into a union enum, and this would be one of the types of exits. This would be the normal exit. So I'm just gonna call it exit. I'm not sure what to actually call it. Actually, you say it like this. All right, that is that. And then we have an activated exit. And this one is gonna be we're gonna have the scene ID, and we're gonna have entrance ID. I guess we can pass the exit ID as, or the exit entity, I guess, also. Because then we can grab whatever information we need from that as well. Yeah, I think that's all we need, actually. All right. So this, yeah, it's an exit. Yeah. That should be fine. Set it to null. Also over here, when we transition, that should be fine. This should be like a reset afterwards anyway. So we transition to this exit. Now we need to change this function to be able to handle those different kinds of exits. Right. So yeah, so we'll start with that. I just need to BRB a couple of seconds here. See ya. All right, let's continue. So, okay. Okay, so let's see. Right. So this whole thing is for the old type of exit. So I think I'm gonna rename you to like just exit, and then we'll have a different one called the activated exit, and then we'll have transition, and you are gonna be just switching on the exit, and if it's a normal exit we get this exit here, and we'll call transition exit with that game and exit. Otherwise we'll have an activated exit and transition with that. There we go. Okay. Now we don't really have this type, so well, I guess we can create it. So this is gonna be, I mean, it's either that or actually okay, let's just do it like this. I'm just gonna call this border for border exit for now, just to have something there. Activated. There we go. Okay, and now we can say here, we can say activated, and this one is gonna be border. Okay. Yeah, we can call this border. And it's just activated. Okay. A little bit nicer terminology there. Okay. We don't need this to be constant pointers. We can, well, I guess they could be named exits, whatever. Okay, so, but we still need to do a lot of things that we are doing in here, except it's a little bit different. So here we actually have a scene file name, which we're using then in the load here. So we need to grab a scene file name. Now we do have the scene ID here, and so we can use the asset index to find out what the file name is. So we will grab the asset index, and this will be singletons get asset index. All right, now we have that, and scene file name is going to be equal to asset index.get file name, and we have exit scene ID. So that is the file name of the scene ID. Okay, what else do we need? We need the key of the entrance that we need to exit into. And well, do we really need it? Yes, we need it because we need it when we load the scene. But the issue is now we might change how this whole load thing works, because we're kind of assuming we have a key, but in this case we might not actually have a key. What we can do is load the scene file before and then get the key by looking into the entities there, because that's where it's stored. However, we're loading it again in here, so in here we're loading the scene for the first time normally, so we don't really want to load it multiple times. So I mean, we could load it before, but that's, yeah, it feels kind of bad. So what we could do, instead of passing an entrance key, we could pass, well, we could still pass an entrance key, I guess, if we have it. But if we don't have it, then we should do something else. So what we could do is simply change this into a union enum. So this could be a union enum. I'm not sure if you actually need it to be in, well, yeah, you probably need it to be a union enum, because you need to check which type it is. So this would be, if we have a, this would be if we have a key, but we might not have a key, so we might have an ID instead. And oh, we actually need to import that. Okay. Alright, so now we have two different ways of passing the entrance. And so where's this entrance key used? It's used over here. Create player. So we could do the same kind of thing here. We just pass the entrance along. And do the same thing in create player. So we have the union. Now this is kind of, you know, we're kind of creating the same type twice here, but actually I'm not sure if this will work, because they're technically different instances of like a type. But I guess maybe we'll check if this actually works. If two anonymous types can be the same, even though they are different, if they are like structurally the same, could you still pass it? Is the question here. We'll try it. Okay, we have key and then we have ID. Okay. All right, so we know that we have this type. So we should still try and implement the thing here. So here we assume we have a key. So we need the key before this. So here we actually have the scene. So we can grab the key easily from here. So entrance key is gonna be either, if we're gonna switch on the entrance, if it's a key, then we just return this key. So there's our key. If it's an ID, then we need to look into the scene and we need to find the entity that is the entrance. Oh. Wait, where is this? Okay. So get entrance. So, right. I will do one that is like by ID. Instead. What we have view ID. Okay. I'm not sure why it's not. Okay. If it's an entrance, we will check not like this. We will check if the entrance. No, if entity ID is equal to, and then you have to say UUID. I should really implement the equals function here instead, because yeah, that's a bit easier to remember. Okay, so if they are equal, we return the entity. Yes. And if we couldn't find it, we couldn't find an entity with ID. Okay, or an entrance. Great. So let's go back here. So get entrance by ID. No, over here. Get entrance by ID. There we go. And then this will be the key. Okay, so this is kind of weird because first we're finding it by ID and then we're finding it by key. So it's like we don't even need the key if the only thing that we need it for is to get the position of the entrance. So actually we really don't need. Yeah, actually we need to get the position. That's what's important. We get the position. So this is the position we need. If we have a key, then we just get entrance by key instead, and then dot position. There we go. So okay, so we have two different ways of getting the position, and that's fine. Then we get the position there. So now we should be good there. Yeah, that's not used, so we can just remove that. There we go. All right, cool. Great. Let's see. So we should probably we could move this to the scene. It's interesting to know if this actually works. If it works, then fine. We could stick with it. Change it later. I mean, if we change it, we're gonna get compiler errors anyway, so it's fine. And if we change it, then we can move it to, I guess, the scene module or something. Okay, what now? So, right. Now, yes, we have transition border exit, activated exit, transition. Yeah, so we don't actually need the key now. We have the ID, so let's just say ID is going to be exit entrance ID. This is going to be the entrance ID. Yeah. I guess we don't really need to. Oops. Where did we go? Position. Yeah, so we don't really need that. Okay. Key horizontal, we don't need to worry about. Before player body, right? So we're kind of, yeah, we're saving some information here about the player, so we still need to do that. And whoops. Let's see. And we're also like saving some stuff then we are unloading and loading. So basically everything after this should be the same. Now this one is gonna be key is equal to key. There we go. And so basically, yeah, everything after this should be the same except for mirror. Yeah. But let's copy all this. We could put this into its own function. I'm not sure what to call it, so I'll just call it transition end. What do we need here? We only have, yeah, we need exit position and exit velocity and the entrance. That's all we need here. Okay. So entrance. Yeah, again, this is the same type here, so fine. We'll try it out and we'll move it if it doesn't work. And then ID as well. There we go. All right, and then we also want to have exit position and exit velocity. Okay. Let's see. We don't have vector. There we go. Alright, so here now we can call transition end. Entrance is gonna be key is equal to key. This is gonna be exit position, exit velocity. There we go. And we don't have any tries or anything like that. Okay. But let's copy this as well. Oops. Because we do need, so mirror we don't need. Wait, why are we mirroring? Oh, we're mirroring the position because of, okay, so if we do a border, or wait. Why are we mirroring? Oh yeah, if we do a border transition, then the position is mirrored, I guess. Yeah. But the position is, I mean, it's basically gonna be the same thing here. We're gonna take the relative. I guess it is sort of mirrored because the camera is like rotating 180 degrees in the y-axis, so it's like we're kind of mirroring the camera, so we should also mirror the position. But I don't really think we need to actually worry about the position. Maybe I think the position should always be the same. Like if you enter through this type of thing, I think the position should always be the same. Unless you have like a larger area that you can enter, and then it matters where you end up. No, I don't think we're gonna have that. I think we're just gonna make it so that you always end up at like the center of the exit. So I'm just gonna say 0 here. One thing that could be useful is the Y position, maybe, because it matters of how large the player is. If we change the size of the player, then changing the Y, like changing the height, could actually make the player like collide through the floor or something like that. So the Y position could be saved, I guess, but yeah, we're just gonna wing it here for now. Exit velocity, that's also interesting. Like, I think we're just gonna say 0 here, because this is mainly used for transition the border. If you're like jumping, let's say you're jumping up, then you should still jump up while transition to the next scene, and not, you know, lose all the momentum suddenly. Or if you're moving, you should still like be moving. Okay, let's see. Right, so then we have also transition end, but now we have ID instead. So this would be the exit entrance ID. There we go. That was way easier than the other one. Okay, so we have a bunch of things here now. Oh yeah, so we need a scene file name as well, I guess. Yeah, scene file name. So yeah, okay, let's put that here then. Do you need to be, what type do you need to be? Just that? Okay. Okay. Anything else? No? Okay. Okay, so we'll put you here. And you also need scene file name. And we don't even need you now, so great. Okay. And well, we don't even need to save these things now because we can just say 0 here instead. So, and I know that this is like an argument here for magic numbers, like what does this mean? But I mean, you can just do this and see, okay, it's exit position, exit velocity. So to me, that is fine. I'm gonna stop commenting on that. I just think that's a funny subject. You're not even streaming right now. Okay, anyway. Let's see. So we have transition activated exit. Let's see. Okay, well, okay, my mind just raced to something else for a second there. Right, so let's see. Do we have the whole chain now? So we have these exit. I'm not sure if we actually create this exit somewhere. Yeah, so transitions in. We need to populate that here. So exit target. Yeah. So now we can say component dot transition to scene is going to be activated, and for example the exit is the target, that is the entity. Why does it, why does this not work? Like we know it's okay, I'm not gonna question it. Okay, yeah, that's the target. We have the entrance and the scene. So the scene is gonna be, oh yeah, so we need, yeah, we need activated exit. That is gonna be game registry get scene activated exit from exit target. Alright. Now this is going to be activated exit dot entrance. Yeah, okay, this is the property, right? So we have scene ID and we have entrance ID is activated exit entrance entity ID. There we go. Right, so we're populating the thing. Then at the end of the frame, or at the beginning of the next frame, the update function is gonna go in here. It's gonna call handle check exits, and then it's gonna check if we have a transition to scene, and then we're gonna transition to that scene. So great. That should tie up all the knots, I think. Now let's see if we run this, what is gonna happen. So we're gonna get a whole bunch of errors. That's fine. Right, so here's an issue. You need to be also, okay. It's starting to become ridiculous here now, but we'll stick with it. We can do a search and replace later. Now this is a entrance. That. Okay, here we go. Expected type game .game load union this found. Oh, okay. That's a different kind of error that I was expecting. Right, so here actually this now needs to say .key equals start instead. I really like this pattern that you have this way of doing things, and then you, okay, but we need another way now to call this function. Instead of making like an overload or something, we make this union enum instead to change like different kinds of things you can put in. Because it's really easy to refactor like that. You don't need to do a whole bunch of different things. Okay, 94. Right. Okay, so this might be the issue that I was talking about before. Like we have different types. They are structurally the same, but they are defined in different places. So they're technically different types. This is game.init.load __ union _ 3372. This says game.game.load _ union _ 30909. So even though they are the same type, like structurally, this is now a problem. So the answer is no, you cannot define an anonymous type and have it equal another anonymous type. So okay, that is good to know. So we won't do that. What we need to do is we need to copy this, go to scene, and we need to export some kind of type here for that. So here we have the, wait, where is the activated exit? Here's the activated exit and the exit. So I wonder where we should put it. Let's just I guess we could put it at the end of the entities, maybe, before scene. Let's put it here. Let's say, no, yeah, this is a type of entrance, that's right. Entrance, this is like an entrance descriptor. Or something, I don't know. Yeah. Now, it should really come with like a scene ID as well, maybe. But, well, maybe not, actually. Okay. So now we can use this type instead. So, do we have scene here? Yeah. So entrance descriptor. There we go. And we need basically change every place where we have this. So we can search for union enum. Key, yeah, there we go. And then we'll replace. Yeah, key. It's kind of ridiculous way of doing things, I guess. But scene entrance descriptor. But I do like to practice sometimes this type of thing. All right. There we go. So now we have a thing for that. You don't have L, so let's import that. Entrance descriptor, was that not correct? Oh. Okay, okay, this is the source file, but it works. There we go. There we go. Okay, great. Let's try it now. No, still compiler errors. Game level 371. C file no. Field name C file name. Okay, yeah. So this would actually be dot order instead now. Yeah. Okay. Expected type descriptive file. Okay. This is in game update 21. Load with start. So we'll just change this to key start instead. Scene 92. Transition. Oh. This needs to be a pointer. I'm not sure why I do it like that. It's like a very old thing. I think it's because I was worried about the copying this. I mean, these are actually like pointers, so it shouldn't actually be an issue copying this. So I'm not sure why I have this as a pointer. Right? We just do this. Go over here, change this to that, and that should be fixing the issue. Right. Yeah, doesn't really make sense for it to be like a pointer. I mean, I get it. Like the reason why I did it at the first place was probably like using as long as you have something that is larger than a 64-bit variable or 64-bit something that you need to copy. Copying a pointer is technically like less of a thing, of an operation, because then you just copy 64 bits at max. But then when you actually access the data, it's going to be, you know, you're accessing it through a pointer. So, but anyway, they say that the SIG run or the SIG compiler will try to auto detect if it's supposed to copy the thing or pass by reference or something like that. So it's like there are some optimizations being done automatically, and they recommend that you don't pass things as pointers if you don't have to, like keeping to the pattern where if you need something to be mutable, then you pass it as a pointer, and you have to pass it as a pointer. If you need something to not be mutable, or you don't need it to be mutable, then don't pass it as a pointer. The only time I've run into issues with that is when you're dealing with arrays in structs, because the arrays sometimes the contents does not get copied over, so that's why I've been using pointers for those. But I'm not sure if I'm doing something wrong there, or if I misunderstood something, or if something else goes wrong. But yeah, that I've ran into issues with that, and so I've grown like paranoid about those things. But the more I use SIG, the more I kind of rely on not passing pointers when we don't need to have it mutable. And also, just as a general rule, I don't actually use arrays that much. I use slices most of the time. So I'm trying to just avoid arrays as much as possible. Unless you're just, you know, building like a local buffer like a local temporary buffer or something like that, then it's fine. But if you're gonna pass an array as a value somewhere, then yeah, that becomes a problem. So I'm not really sure how that works under the hood. But anyway, let's see, game scene 24. Let's continue here. So what is the issue here? We have game, we have scene file name, entrance, position. So what is the scene file name? Expected this, file null, optional. Oh, so this is, oh, okay. So if you don't get the file name, well, what's gonna happen then? I'm gonna say or else. I'm gonna log an error saying could not find scene file name for ID, and then the ID here. And then we we have to exit out because we can't really do anything. I guess, well, one way we could do is not like having nothing happen. We really need a way to see the logs in real time. I mean, I can do it because I can go back to this log here and watch it. But it would be nice to have a separate window that shows up that only shows like maybe error messages or something like that. Like one window with errors and one window with debug logs or something. Alright, game scene 104. No field name AABB, I guess. In union exit. Okay. What is this? Handle check exits. Oh, I see. This is right. So if we have exits, right, because we're creating an exit component. But here we actually need it to be okay. Right, this is two different ways of doing things. So basically here we're just setting a thing on player component. This is like very easy way to do it, and it was very simple. Here we're doing something different. So here we're actually looking, well, okay, we have exits that exist. Oh, I see, that is what it was used for. Okay, I made this more difficult than it needed to be, I guess. So this could actually have been a different thing, actually. Maybe it should be. Actually, we should add this type probably instead. So I'm gonna check for border exits. Right. Yeah. And when we do registry add and exit, we don't do an exit, we do a border exit instead, and then we do this. Yeah, there we go. All right, so that was pretty easy fix. Let's see now what we get now. Scene 109. Oh yeah, and now we need to, I mean, we simply do this to make it work here. There we go. Player 620. Oh, okay, we can do get const instead. Okay, feels like we are moving forward pretty quickly here. Oh yeah, same thing here. Let's do get const. Alright, here we go. Spawn 177. Parse properties. Oh, yeah. Cache. There we go. right. Let's try it out. So this should now be able to happen. So we don't really see anything happening, but if I press up now, there we go. We get into this room, but now something has happened and I cannot move. Interesting. Can I exit? Yes. Okay, do we get any errors? I mean, we get leaks. Oh, we have a major leak here. Where is this coming from? Load scene. Singleton and game scene. What? Oh, I see, I think. Maybe this is because... okay. Let's go to game update. And we'll check exits. Okay. So my guess is that we go in here and then the transition scene is like it doesn't go away. So I think after this we set you to null. However, I did think that we remove all the components, like right here we're storing some stuff. Let's see, what are we actually storing here? Are we storing the whole... Wait. We're storing everything in play component. Okay, that is why. Okay, so we actually need to set this to null afterwards, right? So that is that was the issue, I think. But let's see if the memory leak is still there after we change this. Pretty interesting. It should still be there because, yeah, there we go. So I think basically what happened is we entered like an infinite loop of transitioning into this scene here. But yeah, that works. Cool. All right. What's now? What did I think about? Wait, there was something I was putting in the back of my mind to do right after this. Oh yeah, the memory leak. Holy shit. Yeah, we still get a couple of memory leaks. Still like load scenes. We're adding the game scene. Do we need to remove it before as well, or? Okay, we're doing an unload. That should include the scene as well. We're removing all entities. We're unloading the level. Unloading the textures. There. Resetting the string arena. We're removing the scene here as well. So why is this? What is this allocation here? Bytes equals self. And this is probably going to happen each transition. And I know that we have a couple of leaks here, but some of them are... Wait. Okay, all of them are load scene. So if we go in here and we exit... What kind of... We don't have leaks, okay. Then I am confused, actually. And then we go in here once, and we get one leak. We go back and forth. We should get 2 leaks. Yes. Okay. But I'm not sure how to fix this, because we are removing it in the unload. It's only happening if you transition and not the first scene though, so that's a clue. We're not deinitializing scene. We're not removing it at the end either. I mean, deinitialize, this should include all the singletons. Do we need to do this? I would think this does that, but maybe not. Okay, let's try it. No, but it leaks every transition though. Oh, and now we get a crash instead. Okay, we're not supposed to do that. I was thinking, like, what are we doing here that we don't do? I mean, we're doing a deinitialize on registry, but what are we doing here that we don't do in unload? Because the first scene... Like here, load scene. This should put it in... the register, yeah. We're adding it here. I mean, it could, I guess it could be a bug in the library. But I wouldn't jump to that conclusion straight away though, but it's probably not that big of a deal. Let's see, is what kind of, how much are we talking here? Allocating a U8 the type of instance, so it's gonna be the scene, right? What is the size here? It's pointer length. I think this is like 12 bytes. Wait. No, yeah, it's 8 plus 4 for the length, I think. Or maybe it's 16. Let's say 16. This is 128. So this is 16 as well. So 32 bytes plus a U size. Let's say it's 8. So 40 bytes per transition. That's not really a huge issue. I'm just gonna leave it. Okay. One second here. Alright. Just checking here. Let's see. Incorrect. Okay, yeah. That was the thing. No crash there. Okay, cool. Yeah. Yep. That's the thing, like we are removing it here, so that should... I mean, why isn't it like deinitializing it there? Maybe there's a deinitialize for that specific thing. I mean, we could just get or add as well, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. 1 second here, I'm getting a phone call. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I was thinking if there's a way to like deallocate the thing. Like, what does remove actually do? Because it doesn't seem like it's actually... it's also interesting because I haven't had this problem before, I don't think. It is actually freeing it, so... Okay. Yeah, that's weird. That is strange. Unless... Unless... No. It's weird because even if this function is called several times, it's still unloading first and then loading again. So it's... So yeah. That's why I thought it was strange. Right, this is... Okay, I'm gonna annotate this to be like game over. Okay, so we have the game over, but we still unload. Now, that's not the issue. We are also loading here. But that's just a one-time thing, though. And then we're also loading here at the transition. What about this? That's only called from here. Okay. Yeah, I'm stumped. I don't know. Feels like it should be solvable, but... Because we're not like add singleton. No, set registry singleton scene. Remove get. What about this? Let's see. We're getting the scene. We're adding it here, and we're removing it. So there's no other place we're actually adding the scene. Now this one, right? So we are well. This is not where the leak comes from, so yeah, we are Danish. Wait, no, this is leaky. But we do have a slice in there, so where is that deinitialized? Because I'm thinking we're reading in the JSON here with leaky, which means like everything is allocated with allocator. The list of entities should also be allocated. So why is that not leaking? Because I don't see. Oh, because it's okay. We're calling it with the arena allocator here, so yeah, that's why. But it is sort of leaking while the game is running. But at the end, we deinitialize this arena. This is an arena allocator, so we're deinitializing it, and then that's why we don't see that being leaked during gameplay. But it's actually leaked here, so we should actually deinitialize that. We should probably have like a scene allocator, like a scene arena or something, because the longer you play it's gonna leak. Yeah, there is definitely a leak for the scene being loaded in. I'll just add here to do add scene arena and then it here. All right. Okay. Because it's not only the scene; it's gonna be all the entities as well. It's not that big. It's not that much data, but it's like the longer you play, the more it's gonna. It is a leak, so that's that. But yeah, I'm kind of stumped with this here. Like, why is this still like leaking? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, we'll I'll try something. I'll try one more thing. I'll try just transitioning normally, because that has traditionally not leaked before. So there could be something with that type of transition that is happening that is doing something weird there. Okay, that's one transition, so that should now leak. And it does, okay. So it is consistent here, which is, I guess, good. Well, it would be good if it wasn't actually, because then we could have fixed it maybe. But now it's like, I mean, you should be able to fix it, but let's go here. So let's check this out. 87, right? So here we have this, right? But before this is called, this is only called over here. Before this is called, we are doing something over here. Yeah, this is game load. So we're always unloading before this, right? We could also, I guess we could add a check here, like if scene exists.
This is kind of what's weird as well. Like this add, it automatically allocates. Like, what if we already have a scene? What we could do, actually, what we could do is say get or add. Alright. And then we get the pointer, and we can populate that with this. Okay. So then it shouldn't add more things. What expected? Wait, what? Wait, you are... I am confused now. What? Expected type scene? Okay, now that's just ridiculous. I thought that this was... Okay, but we do have this one, so I think I'll stick with this then. Okay. All right. Let's see. Right, so we'll go in here. We'll go back and forth. Okay. Great, that fixed it. Great, okay. So good to remember, if you remove singleton like that, I mean, I wanna try this as well. I wanna say if we have this type, then we remove it. Oh, you know what? This might be the issue. This is the issue. This is the issue. I was saying the wrong thing. Oh. Wow. Okay. But I mean, get or add should still be... This should still be better. I mean, it's safer, really. Yeah. Because that's really what we need to do. Okay. But that fixes that. Great. That was really puzzling for a while. I was like, what the hell was happening here? But, yeah, we solved it. Great. Yeah, okay. Cool. But I mean, the leak still remains, you know, the leak where each time you're transitioning, the old scene does not get properly deallocated. So that is still a memory leak. But yeah, I'm gonna fix it with a scene arena, like a dedicated arena. Actually, we can just do it right now, actually. I mean, we do have scene in here somewhere. And then we can have a scene arena, which is gonna be heat arena allocator. We'll set it to undefined, I guess. Except we don't really need to, because we have an init with an allocator, so we can say scene arena is equal to init with this allocator. There we go. All right. So that's the scene arena. Now, when we load this scene, we don't want to use a normal allocator. We want to use the scene arena allocator. There we go. And whenever we do a transition or deinitialize, we need to also deinitialize the scene arena. So that is very nice here. So let's go to unload scene, or unload. And now we can say game dot scene arena dot deinitialize. I guess we could do reset. And sure, we can retain the capacity, that's fine. Yeah. So basically it's gonna deinitialize the previous scene now, but we're still keeping the capacity allocated, so we don't need to reallocate the next time. This one is done. Great. I guess we'll point out that this scene is actually now gone. Great. Now I need to do the same in deinitialize over here. So yeah, we'll just do this. And here we just do deinitialize, that's fine. Alright. Oh, we got some compiler errors. 223 value of type. Return whether the reset operation was successful or not. So does it return, like, does it deallocate anyway? Like if it's unsuccessful, okay, if the reallocation failed, false is returned. The arena will still be fully functional. In that case, all memory is released. Okay, cool. Then we don't care. What about this? No, this is just fine. Okay. Let's see now. There we go. Doing this a couple times. Yeah, no leaks. Great. I'm gonna remove this debug destroy entity because it is a bit annoying. I was using it for something else. Do we have any other debugs? Yeah, we have a lot of them. I'm just thinking if we have anything that is like spammy. Death component added. It is spammy if you go in, if you're transitioning all the time. But we're not actually, yeah, we're not adding, I guess we're not adding death components, but that could get spammy as well. Well, okay. Okay, so we added a way to enter doors. So now we can make these kind of entrances that are in the middle of the level. And we can go into houses and we can do that. So, very cool. Now this house is, we can fix this up and we can actually move someone in there now. So let's go out here, and also it's kind of like this map now. It does show the large map here, but it doesn't show the interior. So yeah, as I said in the beginning, like what I'm thinking here is maybe we'll have several maps. You could maybe have something that is like connecting, like automatically drawing like some sort of graph here based on positions and stuff. I was thinking about, but that's like a very mathematical thing. Hello, Baby Yoda. How's it going? Yeah, I'm working on the game. So I just added entrances into doors here. So now you can go in here and go into like interiors. Yeah, I'm doing good. I'm making a lot of progress recently on the game here. Guten Morgen. Is it morning for you? For me, it's like half or quarter past 1. Oh, Canada, right. Yeah. Let's see. Let's remove this like debug stuff here. Okay. Canada, original name. Oh, is that like the natives' name or Indian city originally in the river? Okay, cool. Interesting. I'm thinking maybe now I will add sort of the wizard somewhere. So I'm thinking he's gonna be out in the wilderness somewhere. I'm gonna do this. I'm just gonna extend this one a little bit here. Main river is, I think it's St. Laurent. St. Laurent. Learn it in history class. Okay, cool. Yeah, we don't learn that history of I mean, I barely remember history of my own country, to be honest. Let's extend this a little bit here. So I want to have this. This is gonna be like the wizard place. Right here. This is gonna be the house. And then maybe some more monsters over here. So here's the thing. 1, 2, 3. So you might be able to make that jump there. Alright, that should be enough. 1, 2, 3. Sure. Are you from Germany? No, I'm from Sweden. Let's see. Wait, where are the things there? But I can see how you can how you might think that. A lot of devs from Sweden. Sweden is peaceful. Yeah, I mean relatively, I guess. I don't know. I've never lived in another country. All I hear is the news of stuff happening. Too many fake news. Yeah, you can't really. I mean, the news are always exaggerated. Well, almost always, I guess. So you have to like keep that in mind, especially when the news is like local news. as well. I think, you know, the papers and you know, news outlets, they always need to make it as sensational as possible so people get interested. But I mean, it's still, you know, you can still use it as a source of truth. It's just you have to take it with a pinch of salt as well. Wait, that's what I need to do there. Is this the correct? Yeah. We're hearing for 5 years. World War III is gonna start. Well, I don't know if it started or not. They've been scaring us. Yeah. I think there is like there is some point to that, like scaring the population. If you have a country that is not doing so good, instead of have and you have you know, I don't know, I don't want to get political or something, but people in power who wants to keep being in power, then they can say they can have people look at like issues that don't really exist, or like, yeah, they have the people look at things that how to say it, to avert, is a distraction of things that are happening to yourself, like bad things that are happening while you are while the person is in power or whatever. To distract from that, there's a whole bunch of other issues that they bring up, and yeah. Let's see, foreground, background. Let's copy this little thing here. Can move it. Oh, we can have it over here as well. All right. So let's see where. So yeah. Now the entrances need to be moved as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. And I should add some enemies. There we go. They're scaring. They are always scaring about nuclear bomb and World War III. I think my generation's traumatized from this, right? And it's kind of like the Cold War, I guess. I don't know. I mean, it does feel like things are happening, like new conflicts are, well, I guess they're not new per se, but I guess it has been an increase in you know, the violence in the conflicts that already exist. and yeah, there's a lot of bad stuff happening. Okay, so what I'm thinking here is, I'm thinking that this part, this is gonna be like a house. This is gonna be like the wizard's house here. So I'm just gonna make the, oops, you know, one of these houses, I guess, for now. It's gonna change, but and this would be like background here. Yeah, so we'll just make this little thing here. It would be cool if here, if you could select like a whole bunch of them and paste them all at the same time, but I don't have that right now, so that's fine. How do you find peace while working on the project and don't get tired? Well, I just, you know, I'll try to find the time that I have for it. As much time as I can. And yeah, that's basically it. And I don't get tired? What do you mean don't get tired? Like, stay motivated, or do you mean something else? Like getting depressed or something? Let's see. Yeah, sure, we'll just... No, this is gonna be like a mysterious... No windows. Guess we can use this. Maybe. Yeah, these tiles are not that good looking, but whatever. None of these tiles are good looking. Like sometimes you know what you have to type and the best way of doing something, but you're not stuck, but you get tired and you just can't do it. I mean, yeah, sometimes I feel like, okay, do I really care enough to implement this in the most optimal way, you know? It's like sometimes I just want to get it done, and you know, yeah, just I don't really care if it's optimal, and you shouldn't actually, you know, have that mindset either, like everything is optimal, because then you're never gonna get anything done. And I had that mindset a long time ago. Well, maybe not that long ago, but I had the mindset that it's like yeah, I wanted perfection in everything, basically. So everything I did, I was like trying to figure out the perfect way of doing things, but you're never gonna get anywhere by doing that, because you're never gonna, it's like it takes too much effort, too much time, too much energy to do that, and then you're stuck with something that might not even be perfect. Like you may have built the wrong thing, and now you have to change a bunch of things because you realize, oh, I needed this. So if you're trying to like prematurely optimize, trying to prematurely abstract things that doesn't really need to be abstracted, then you're gonna get into issues sooner or later. It's like, because as I said, it's like you're gonna encounter things that you didn't think about, and oh, now I need to fit this into this abstraction, but it doesn't really fit, so I have to sort of either incorporate it in some weird way, or so it's like I've learned that it's bad to prematurely optimize, it's bad to prematurely abstract things, because you're never, it's like, just do it, just do it in an easy way first, and then you're gonna explore and find the things that needs abstraction, or not needs, but okay, this is a good fit for an abstraction here, so we'll change this out here and here. Now, if you are experienced and you have built the same kind of similar product before, and you already know what kind of abstractions you're gonna need, then I mean, either you can use a library if you're already familiar with one, or you can sort of just build a thing directly. Now that is an option, but it's like, if you're building a new thing and you're traversing new ground, and maybe you're building an old thing, but you're like a familiar thing, but you extend it, then it's like you can still find things that will sort of turn your abstractions over. How you say it? Like, you're gonna find that, okay, maybe this was not good at all, or it was good for the previous project, but now maybe we need something else. Sometimes, I do the shit version, then I come back to it and I tell myself that the whole project is shit because one part that needs improvement started to realize this. It's a bad mindset. Data-oriented design helps me a lot actually to make things simpler with versus OOP. Yeah, I had the same issue before. It's like, also one of the issues is that you spend so much energy to try to perfect things. So then when you realize, oh my god, this is actually not good at all, then you're like, wow, I wanted this perfect thing, but now I have this shit thing. And so then you get tired of it and you give up, and that's what's happening. And I've done that so many times in the past, but I never sort of learned that thing where I don't need to care about it being perfect. I just need it to work, and because what I need to get out of it is an end product. And well, I do like to, there is this thing where you want to work on something, and there is this developer experience as well, so that is actually a factor in it as well. While you're developing, if there are nice systems, if everything fits and you need to add something and it fits neatly into the existing thing, then it's very nice. But if you need to always if you always need to like shoehorn things in, and you're gonna end up with a mess, then that doesn't feel good. So, but the solution for that is basically just to keep going, and sometimes you need to do some maintenance, and based on what you have, you can see that, okay, I could change this here and this here, and then we'll have some nice abstractions over here, and and just keep going. And what is nice about Zig is there are actually some patterns that you can use that will help you with refactoring in a nice, like in an easy way, to add more functionality, which I found out recently. So that's actually quite nice. I can show you. There was one recently I did. Let me save here. Okay. So let's go we have game. No, let's go to transition. Right. So here, for example, we have this transition. I'm just gonna read what you say here. Data object design helped me a lot to make things simpler with OP or versus OP. There are times where you need to think about architecture. Yes, definitely. I was with a team and I tried to appease the team by doing an object-oriented programming modular system, but it turned out being shit. Then I couldn't do anything. Then I had to rewrite it in the procedural style. My project is related to computer vision. It's C++, and I have to deal with multiple AI models and using them in different contexts, etc. And it has to work with multiple APIs. So I didn't really know what to do. Originally, my version 1 was always like, yeah. So that is like, that could be. I mean, that could be maybe an example of prematurely abstracting things. I don't know. Yeah, as I said, it's like at the start you don't really want to think about too much the architecture and things. You want to move fast, implement the thing, and I mean it depends really on your experience, the type of project you're doing, if you're doing it with a company or for yourself, etc., etc. So it's like there's a lot of things going on, but it's like you can't. It's like impossible if you're gonna implement a new project. It's impossible to know beforehand exactly how the architecture will look. You can have like vague ideas, but like what kind of abstractions you're gonna have and stuff like that. That is like impossible to know exactly beforehand. So there's no use of doing it because you're risking so much more work, and you're putting in a lot of work to make these abstractions, and maybe they are wrong, so then you have to redo it and rethink and remodel and spend time on implementing some things that doesn't really get you anywhere. It's clean to use classes. I mean, you can't. Okay. I mean, I'm gonna say this. I know a lot of people probably like disagree here, but I don't actually like classes. I think they fit in a certain pattern, and that pattern is when you have a cluster of data that needs to be together, which is a very common thing. And then, but you also want something that constructs and deconstructs, which is also pretty. I guess it is a pretty common pattern, but it's like, I don't know. It also becomes very coupled. I have issues as well, like when the code base gets bigger and those shortcuts you take earlier come back to haunt you and things aren't neatly separated in their own modules. Yes, that is definitely a thing, but that's a thing that you have to live with. So that's like, there's are no projects where there are no shortcuts. You know, it's like I mean, most projects will have shortcuts taken, and it's like I see it as like a natural thing. I see it as a thing that is going to happen because of maybe time constraints, or you know, you simply don't want to think about a neat solution. You just want to get it done, and then you have to live with it. And then you know, there is technical debt, but then you know, you have maintenance, so you come back to, like, it's any project that you will work with is gonna have some place where it looks horrible, and it's gonna be a thing where you think like, okay, is it worth rebuilding this? Do we need to do it? Do we actually need to go in and make this nice for us? Are we gonna work with this part of the system a lot? Then probably it's good to keep it clean. Or is this just gonna be here and work? Then just leave it. because you're putting in work that is not gonna do anything. I'm saying what my team is saying, but I had to separate from them, okay? For example, right now, I do my input checking on multiple parts of the call by calling Win32 API directly, and it just feels bad. I would rather do it in one place, but it would take so much time to rewrite it that way. Right. So I mean, you want like a common sort of like an interface that you write yourself and then use that to call the API. Or do my input checking on multiple parts of code by calling with. Yeah. Like you have, you have some functionality that is common and that you're basically copying over and over. Yeah, that's a good sign that you should put that into a function. It's the don't repeat yourself thing, but it's you know, I don't mind repeating myself once or twice, but then when you see it happen again and again, if it's not a huge deal, but if you see it happening again and again, then it's probably good to do it, because it's gonna get harder and harder to put it into a function. Because it is a very ripe area for bugs, if you have, especially when you need to change something and you need to change it in 1,000 different places. And it might be like slightly different and you're wondering why is it different here, and yeah. Input handling functions and wraps up instructs and abstract for various input devices like mouse, keyboard, controller. It's hard to implement in practice, so I'm deferring it. Right. Input checking. Okay, that's interesting. I actually did. I had a similar thing actually, where I have like several places where I was calling the Raylib library for checking for inputs, but now I made my own sort of interface for inputs, and so now it's like I have my input here. Maybe it's probably like a different way of doing, like maybe the way you're doing it, but I have this this sort of system now for inputs. I have this like raw input types, which is, you know, the it's not really raw though. It's more like it's abstracted also a little bit. It's like, because this one refers to both like the key, the gamepad and the keyboard. It's like I mapped this to different buttons basically. But it is kind of like the raw input type, let's say. And then I have like these actions inputs, and they are then mapped to different raw input types. So you have accept, activate, attack, cancel, etc., etc. Yeah, so like I have something similar where I want to map binds on different devices to the same thing. Yeah. So I'm kind of doing that here. Like, let's say we go to this one. And, well, okay, this one is a bad example, I guess. We don't have a thing there. This is only for gamepad. But, for example, we have this one. This is the left button on the gamepad, which on my is Y, because I am using like a Nintendo type controller. And I've mapped this to left control as well as the Y button on my controller. But then it's also mapped through a map from action, the type of action, to the raw input. So I have like two stages Now the other question: how do you make it bindable to whatever the user wants? Yeah, I don't actually have a way to do that. But this is gonna be sort of building into that system. So what I'm thinking is basically you have this map. This map, you will attack. You can bind that to any type of thing here. And but I need to also change this system out. So I mean, it's basically gonna be depending on if you have a keyboard, if you have a gamepad. I'm probably gonna need this for all of them, all of the different types of inputs, because it's gonna be different. How would they otherwise be able to map to like different keyboard buttons or something? Yeah. And so doing that, actually, it would be pretty easy actually, because SIG, you can do this. You can have, let's say we rename this to gamepad input, because that's really what that is. And then we have keyboard input type, which actually should exist here somewhere. Keyboard key, yeah. So I'll just use that for now. And then we simply redefine this to be a union enum of that. So we have a keyboard, which is keyboard input, and then we have gamepad. Yeah, so now it's possible to refactor it like this. Yeah, and because it's a tagged union, we can, in runtime, we can check which type it is. And I guess in C or whatever, you could use an enum value together with a union or something. Yeah. Yeah. That's basically what this is. I mean, it's just a nice way of doing the same thing. Yeah. I really love tagged unions. I'm using it everywhere. I just need to refill my coffee here. 1 second. All right. And in your UI, you have to show binds for controller if a controller is plugged in. Otherwise, you show the keyboard shortcuts binds. But you have to write it in a way where you use a global or something. So what I'm thinking is, I mean, you could leave it up to, well, I haven't really thought about how I want this to be. But you know, most games have that, like it's automatically, if you don't have a gamepad connected, then it's gonna show the keyboard, I guess. But if it detects a gamepad, all of a sudden it changes to that, which is probably how I'm gonna have it. But then, you know, you should be able to sort of use the keyboard if you want, even if you have a gamepad. It's like whatever it's detecting you are trying to use, then it's gonna change to that, I think. And when you configure in the settings, it's probably gonna be like you're gonna be able to change the thing that you're mapping. Like, are you mapping to the keyboard or the gamepad? You're gonna be able to choose that, so you don't like have to, you know, press something on the keyboard to make it select the keyboard or something like that. I gotta do this, but I'm deferring it. I have much bigger problems right now. Yeah, I mean, that's a healthy way of looking at things as well. I didn't have it like this before. I did the same thing until I was like, okay, now I get an idea on how I want to do this. And also this, I mean, I really like SIG because I mean, yeah, it's probably true for other programming languages as well, but it's like there are a lot of ways to refactor things without having to lose so much. So I'll just show you here. It should check all inputs which are connected. Yeah, all logic should be pushed aside because I know it's gonna be a mess, especially in Win32. Yeah. So I'll just show you here. So before we had transition. So this is the transition. Like when you move to the edge of the map to go to another scene, go to another map or another level or whatever. Then we use this transition function. Now before we only had this function here, transition border. So when you cross a border of the map, we transition to another scene, and this is the code that handles that. Okay. Now what it's doing is not really important here, but the important thing is this. I needed another way to exit because now I wanted to be able to enter doors, to exit into other scenes through those doors. But it was a bit different from the border. I needed some other logic to make that. This is the logic that I ended up with, which was a lot easier actually than I anticipated. But what I'm doing here is I'm still having the same interface sort of for the transition function, but now depending on the type of exit that you're doing, you can either do border or activated. So what I did was, before we only had border, so now essentially this type was the same as this, but now I changed it to a tagged union. So now it can either be border or activated, right? And they have different values or different data types, and yeah, and then different logic. So now we still use the same sort of function, but we can just pass in a tag union instead. And in the cases where we call this function now, so let's say, where is that? Yeah, over here, for example. So this is where we call this function before. We simply need to wrap the value in dot border here, like a tagged union, in order to make the previous call work. So before it looked like this, and the only change I had to do here was this. Oops. To add this border tag here. And then all of a sudden we have this new way of doing things. So that I really like that sort of transition thing. So that was one example of a nice way of refactoring things in Zig. There was another thing related to this as well. I think it's this part here. Let's see. Like, yeah, here. So when we load the next scene, we passed in an entrance description that is like, okay, which entrance do you want to spawn into when you're loading the scene? And before, this was a string that explained which we had like this tag or key that each entrance had. But the issue with that was that you had to load the scene data, the target scene data, in order to find, or in order to know the key. Like the data for the key was stored in the scene, in the target scene. So if you didn't have the key, let's say you only had, okay, this is kind of how the editor works now, or kind of how I've structured things. So I only knew the ID of the entity, but how do I get the key? Well, it turned out I didn't really need the key, but anyway, now we have two different ways of calling this function. It's sort of like an overload actually, but it's not really. It's more like we changed this. Well, I changed this this parameter to another type, which is now a tagged union. So now we have a tagged union, which either is a key to the same as before, like the string, or now it can be an ID. So it's kind of like an overload, because SIG doesn't really have overloads, or you cannot have two functions with the same name, so it doesn't have overloading. But you can do this. Another way is to pass, an options struct that you populate with different things as well. But yeah, and I'm just showing a bunch of cool ways that you can sort of refactor things in Zig. So now we have two different ways, and we can simply, I'm passing it into this function, and what I'm doing with it here is basically I want to grab the position of the entrance, and if we have a key, then we're using one way of getting that. If we have the ID, then we're using this way. And now that we have the scene loaded, we can actually look for that entrance properly here. So yeah, so that's how I solved that issue, because before it was kind of, it can be quite how you say it. I was thinking of a Swedish term, but I can't think of the English term. But it can be kind of hard, I guess, to go into an existing function that has all this logic and functionality already, and then you need to I need a new way of doing this now, and you have no idea of, okay, or you might not have been in this function for a while and you don't really remember, and you say, okay, now I need a new way to do this. Okay, but then just change the parameter to a tag union. Now we can have several different types, several different ways of doing it, and we just need to change out the parts that has with that parameter to do. So this was the only change I needed to do in here, which was, I guess you could have been unlucky and there was a bunch of things that you needed to change, but this was a pretty easy change here. I did need to implement a new thing here, but it was basically the same thing as this other function here. I basically copied it and changed a little thing here, so it wasn't that big of a deal. But and we could probably, this looks very similar here. So anyway, so yeah, that's a nice way. Another thing is when, let's say you have a function that returns a bool somewhere. Okay, let's take this one for example. So let's say you have a function that returns a bool. Okay, and you're using it somewhere. Here. No, where is it used? Here. Right. Now, okay, this is a bad example. Where could we have this somewhere? Okay, let's take this one for example. So this could actually be a good example. So let's say you have this bool here, bool value, but now if the up input is on, let's say you want to check what the dead zone is. You want some extra data here. Well, you can simply change the data type from bool to a you can change it from a bool to an optional. So let's say this is an optional F32 float 32, and I'm not going to change this, but let's say we change this to data type to this. Now the only thing you need to do here is you can do this now. Well, let's say y-axis. You get the y-axis. You get the actual thing. Now this maybe doesn't really make sense because you have a variable called is up input. But the thing here remains that if you have a bool here and you need to attach some data to it, if it's true, then you can change the type to optional and with the data attached. and then you can get the data attached like this. So it's a very easy way to refactor things. That is the whole point here. And then you can use this value instead of, you know, I don't know, have the bool and then get the data in some other way. This is a very nice refactor thing that you can do. I have basically two systems in my program that have to interact with one set of data, but then that changes based on rules provided by the user. That data is changed by both observation from the camera and user input. Okay. Can I find a way to do it, but it's a bit blurry. I see. Two systems interact with one set of data, but then that changes based on the rules provided by the users. Both observation from the camera and the user input. Okay. So it's like it's the logic changes depending on the data. Yeah. Basically, the system is affected by rules that depend on current input, but the rules are configurable. Yeah, that sounds complicated. But it's cool. Sounds cool. Let's see. I'm just gonna do this thing here. Maybe I'll use this instead. Whatever. Actually, maybe this is now the thing that we want to use. Okay. Can't say much about it, yeah. Okay. That's fine. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not gonna spend too much time trying to make this look better or good. Maybe this actually. Where am I? Background. We just add a little mushroom thing there. Fine. Okay. Right. Okay, let's do the sideburns. Wait. Where are the things? Here. Okay. That should be fine. It looks a bit weird, but okay. So this is gonna be like the house here. Okay. And we can add a scene. Actually, we can do it like this. If we add an activated exit there, and we have this property. All right, we need to actually have a scene. Okay, now, so we need to add a new scene, which is gonna be the wizard's house, and we need to add a time map. Oops. don't have a bucket tool. So do you have this very like complicated system for that? And I guess it doesn't feel like it's perfect. You know, because of how you, what is this? Oh, that's like the palette I was using. Okay. Of how you described it. I'm gonna put this. This is like a pocket dimension. I'm gonna put this over here. It's gonna look a bit weird, I guess, maybe. Oops. Okay, now we need some sort of floor here. Actually, let's also use these ones. All right. But it sounds like a cool job there. Let's see. There. Let's lower this in a little bit. Should I do something like this? I don't really know if I want this pattern everywhere. Maybe we'll do something like this actually. Yeah, sure. Feels like this is like my ambient occlusion here. All right, let's add some furniture, I guess. Whoops. Oh yeah, I really need to have this like templated. We don't need 2 layers. A little table over here. Only 1 seat. Let's add the wizard. All right. This is the scene. Okay, here's the wizard. And he's facing left. That should be what's going to happen. And oh yeah, we don't have like, okay, this is weird. This doesn't really fit. I guess it could be on the floor. Okay, how does this look now? Let's add an entrance. Okay. I was just wanted to see like if the entire thing was like visible. This should be fine. Okay, and we should turn him around as well. So we need to go to the game code. To the wizard. Force direction left. Oh yeah, and Zig 0.15.1 released. I think it was yesterday. I tried to convert the project. Oops. But then I saw that the LSP didn't work in the new, or well, it might work actually, but it wasn't you know, up to date. Yeah, there we go. There's our chair wizard. Now we need an entrance over here. There's gonna be this size. Key doesn't really matter. And we're gonna have also an activated exit over here. Okay, I'll put it there for now. Because we also need an exit over here, or entrance rather. Okay, and now we can connect you with this one. Wait, why can't I click? There we go. Oh yeah, the zoom doesn't really work. Okay. No, that was wrong. It's this one. The entrance. There we go. Yeah, the zoom. There's a bug there. If you zoom, the offset gets like it doesn't really. Where you click doesn't really match up what you're seeing. Okay. So let's go back here, and this one now we set the entity to the wizard house. No, the entrance. Yeah. Okay, now we can put them in the correct spot. Should probably be a bit up there, but whatever. Put you at the same spot there. Okay, cool. So now if we try this, we should be able to exit and enter here. There we go. And well, okay, so now what I want to do here is I want to have like a, this is like a locked door, and depending on if you have the key or not, you're gonna be able to go in there. So right now you can see I have like, I have like different, I've implemented different inventories. So we have ingredients, usable items, upgrades, and quest items. Right now there's only one quest item and we don't have it, so that is gonna be the like the requirement for getting in here from in the first place. And so so yeah, so how would we want to do that? Well, do we want to change our exits for that? This could be an interesting thing. Like, do we really, I mean, there's like one way we could do it. I could copy this ID and have it sort of bound to this logic by that. We could also add, you know, if this pattern is going to repeat, I mean, I guess we could keep that. Or we could also add a property that says you need some quest item. But I think we're probably going to do the ID thing. So I'll copy the ID. And then we'll go to game input. And we're going to have his enter input on in here. I guess this target here, either we change it so that the target is not even populated, or we could display some message here that says that, oh, it's locked or something like that. But we don't really have the means to do. I guess we can show like a notification or something. We do have the means to do that. And now it becomes like a refactoring thing, because the exit target is just an ECS. This is just an entity. Well, okay, this is kind of interesting. So what we can do is we can get this. Now we could actually maybe bake it in. No, this is the properties, right? So we can't change this. But we could make a new component, I guess. Okay, I'll just do it like this. I'll make a log component. And it's gonna have like requirements. It could be like a list of, I guess, item types or something. Okay. I was going to think about another way to refactor there, but I think this is another way you can do it that also works pretty good. So we'll have this lock here and requirements. So what we'll do is we will we could have a function here as well. Apply lock. So this would be like, okay, I'll just show my idea here. We have ECS registry and then the entity. So it's like we're initializing a lock on an entity, right? And this includes checking if it's gonna have a lock or something. Oh, you got a sandwich, nice. What's on that? Or a sandwich. Do you mean a sandwich or was that a typo there? Or I mean, was it not a typo? Chicken and cheddar, nice. Let's see. Right, okay. Yeah. So we'll say, okay, I have this here. This is the wizard door. And it's a UUID deserialize there. Okay. And so we'll get the entity ID from red get C as well. Entity ID from entity. Okay, and then we'll say if entity ID, if this is equal to wizard door, then we initialize it with the wizard door. I feel like I can't think straight sometimes, bro. I don't know if it's lack of eating or whatever, or what. Probably because I'm not sleeping at night. That could have something to do with it. I mean, personally, if I haven't eaten, I start to feel, I can't think. I have to eat. It's like I can't function without being. If I go too long without food, it's like, yeah, it doesn't work. So and sleep as well. It's like I have to get a good night's sleep, otherwise I'll be super tired the entire day. I think it's age for me, at least. It didn't used to be like this for me, or maybe I didn't notice. Yeah, I mean, yeah. For me, I know it's I'm starting to get old. I've been starting to get old for like 10 years or something. But I refuse to accept. I still feel, I don't know. It's kind of weird thinking about it. So I try not to think about my age. Because soon I will be, to me, very old. Next year, I think I will cross a line that I don't want to cross. Okay, so anyway, or is it next year, or is it the year after? Hang on. Is it? No, now it's 2025. No, it's not next year. It's next year. It's next year after that. Yeah. Man. Okay. Let's see. Yeah. Sometimes I don't even know. You know, I'm off by one. Off by one error when I try to think about how old I am. Okay, so if it's the wizard door, then we add a lock. Yeah, we add the lock to the entity, or we add to the entity, we add the lock. There we go. And the requirements are gonna be quest wizard key. I think that should be good. No, wait, this is the wrong thing. This is the wrong thing. Where is the item type? Where is the item type? We have like two different things. Inventory, right? We have one thing for the entities and one thing for like the items in the inventory. So it's an inventory. There we go. Quest. Do we get completion now? No. What is it called? Quest and then wizard key. So that should be good. Okay, so the requirements for this lock is the quest item wizard key. I'm 25. Holy crap, that is young. My life has gone so fast and I have nothing. I mean, you have barely started. I would say. I feel like I'm right now, I'm like doing what I actually wanted to do in the first place, like making games. So I feel like my dream is starting now. And also, I would say, before do you have a family? If you don't, then now is the time to do things that you want to. Like, it's like, because after you have like a family, all the time disappears, basically. You're married, okay, cool. Yeah. I mean, you're married. Do you have kids? I mean, you don't have to share, but it's like no kids. Okay, yeah. So that is what is taking time, the kids. But I just mean that before you have kids, you don't realize how much time you have. That is what I'm trying to say. I'm not saying you shouldn't have kids, by the way. But I'm just saying that now is the time you actually have time. You're gonna realize that once you get kids. If you get kids, I guess. I don't know if. Okay, I'll just move on. Expected this. What? Oh, what I'm doing, equal. It should be equal, that's right. Hit the health check. Yeah. I can do this now. From time I wake up to time from I go to sleep, I'm coding. Huh. That doesn't sound healthy either. I think getting exercise is very important as well, especially when you're in this kind of job. Hello, Compapas. How's it going? Welcome. Because I'm in a spot where I just can't do anything. I just know what to do, but I just can't type anything. Oh, Con. Cool. Thank you for the follow. Are you a developer as well? So, right. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing also. Like, sometimes it doesn't help putting more time into coding. If you're like coding while tired and all that, then the code is gonna be, you know, it's gonna be worse than if you're well rested. And sometimes it doesn't help putting more time into coding. Sometimes that just makes it worse almost. Before you actually have like a good idea maybe to implement. Let's say that that's the problem. It's like you're trying to figure out how to solve something, and then you're just trying something that you might want to take some time to sort of make. It's not that you also don't have to actively think about it, because it might come to you in a dream or subconsciously. The mind is already working. So if you take a walk and you're doing other things like that, then that is going to help you come to a better solution as well. So there is a point to actually take a break, take a walk, do something else, exercise, take care of chores or whatever. Because I'm actually running as I forgot what it is, as something as a service, and there is some pressure. I realize that software as a service. That is I mean, I'm kind of feeling it with this game as well. I'm feeling stressed about it because I want to get it done, but I realize also that it's like a lot of things to do. So, but I'm kind of fluctuating between thinking about maybe doing it fast or just trying to go with the flow. It is a learning project as well. It is like I think it's a lot of things I should think about this project. It's like I'm learning while doing it. So, but I also want it to be an actual game. Oh, you're a hobbyist and you don't have a job. Okay, nice. I mean, it's nice that you have it as a hobby. Are you finding it fun? What kind of what language are you learning? Learning more concepts. Yeah. Sounds good. Where are you now? So what concept are you thinking about now? I've been on and off coding for about 3 years in C++. Oh, okay. So what is the reason for choosing C++? Because I would say that is not really like a beginner-friendly option. I was just curious if you had like a reason for choosing it. Oh, you want to learn Unreal, Baby Yoda? Yeah. I also started with C++, but that was because Python didn't exist. And it was a long time ago. I wanted to make games as well. I had like a friend who, or my brother had a friend who could program, and they made a game in C++. So that's why I looked into that. But I was like very young, and yeah, it was very hard. I started out programming in Notepad, actually, like Windows Notepad. That was cool. I'm amazed that I actually made anything with that. I mean, personally, I found it quite simple, but the reason for choosing it is kind of strange. Yeah, what I mean is it's not beginner friendly. Is that it's, well, for one, it's manually memory managed, so you have to think about memory management. So that is one huge thing. Another is that it's kind of an like old language, so it has a lot of quirks to it that you don't really that is like that you don't really find in newer modern languages. So that, yeah. So essentially, I wanted to do Unity, which is C#, but I believe I misheard C# for C++ or something. Yeah, okay. I think someone also called it C+++++. Okay, I'm gonna stop referencing. Yeah, C#. I mean, C# is like a lot easier than C++. So I think it's probably better to start with there, actually. Or Python. Like, if you just wanna, like, okay, it depends on kind of the reason why you want to learn it, because different programming languages are kind of catered to different things. Well, they are general programming languages, so you can't do anything. But I mean, if you want to use a tool like Unity, then learning C# would be a good idea. But if you want to use Unreal, then it's C++. However, if you want to use Unreal, you can also use blueprints, and then you don't have to learn C++, but you have to learn blueprints then. I honestly found it quite a fun experience so far. Not that many roadblocks. Okay. I mean, not to be that guy, but is that why you've been on and off for 3 years? I mean, you can have other reasons for that. I was just joking a little bit. But I mean, you know, when I first started learning C++, I had a lot of issues. I mean, it's probably been you know, a lot easier to learn because of like better tutorials and like the language is just better right now. Probably better tooling as well. By on and off, I mean I was burnt out for like all of... Oh shit, I'm sorry to hear that. I would say like... I would still say C++ is not really... Like if you find C++ easy as so far, I would still recommend learning another language first, because you have to deal with a whole bunch of stuff that you don't really need to learn as a beginner. Especially if you want to use Unity, because then it's like it's almost it's not wasted, but it's like you probably want to learn C# instead. There are a lot of overlap with C++ and C#, so you could probably just switch. You know. I use C++ daily and have been for like 8 years. It's not a good language. Has a lot of outdated ideas, but I still use it out of necessity. Yeah, I haven't used it for a long time, but when I started trying to use it again for some random thing, I was like, oh my god, it really feels like you're walking around on a crutch. You know. Yeah. If you compare it to modern languages, it's just, I don't know. You have to think in a very different way. Yeah, I mean it is a 9. Wait, when did it came out? Wasn't like it wasn't 90s or 80s. It's like there's all these old archaic things still left in it. I like the syntax of C++. I like that it forces me to do stuff manually, which feels like I actually achieve something when I do something with APIs and libraries. I can't really tell you what I dislike. I see. I mean, yeah. But it is kind of like a trap as well. Because at the end of the day, what do you do with programming? Like, yeah, you're gonna feel good when you solve something. But that's gonna happen with other programming languages also. If you achieve something, you know, you build something that works. And then you get this kick. But I mean, yeah. I don't know. Yeah. If you like it, I guess keep going. I'm just saying that there are other programming languages, depending on what you want to do. If you want to learn Unity, I would say switch to C#. But I guess if you learn C++, you can do Unreal Engine instead. They solve problems by adding more containers. C# is not a good language either, in my opinion. Heavy runtime. It's I mean, what I mean is like for the purpose of learning programming, all programming languages have like pros and cons. I'm just saying like C# would be a good, if you want to learn Unity, then C# is a good language to learn. I never understood dislike for C++. I think C is far worse. I think there are people who think the other way around as well. Actually, it's kind of a weird subject. It's like mixed with feelings and I don't know. I think programming, a lot of things in programming is like what you are used to as well. Like if you can be productive in a language, it's like what are you used to? That is what you, yeah, that, you know, then you're productive. And you can learn a new language and get used to that, and then you're productive in that language. You know, it's like comparing C++ and C is like you can't really say that one is better than the other. I think it doesn't really work like that. But I will say Zig is probably better than C. I'm not biased at all. I just don't like any other language more than C++. The closest I've come to that is with Lua. I see. Have you tried, like, what languages have you tried? People who like C++, I feel like, don't really understand it properly, or they like a small subset of C++ that are comfortable with. I think in order to properly evaluate whether you like the language, I mean, you can like it in your current state, like when you're learning it and you feel like you're doing stuff and you feel like, oh my god, this is amazing, I can do this, and I can you know, create this sort of optimized code, and you know, I have the power and the potential to do a whole bunch of stuff. But I feel like once you get some experience with it and you try other languages and then you compare, and then it kind of becomes the thing that, okay, it depends on sort of the context you're in. Like, are you building a project that is like, what kind of project are you building, and do you need that optimization and so on? If you don't, then it's probably a bad idea to work with C++, because it's just crutched programming in that sense. So, and then once you've gained experience in building these different kinds of things, then you can compare. I've learned some Python and Lua, did some stuff in C, and slightly touched Rust, assembly, and Go. Okay. Assembly is easier than C++. Okay. I'm not sure if I agree with that, but simpler is the word. Yeah. Yes. Maybe. It depends on which perspective you have, I think. I mean, try to open a large okay. I don't think if you open up assembly, an assembly project that is like as large as a C++ project, that is probably gonna be way more complicated, I would guess. I really don't see the reason to switch right now. I want to get comfortable with everything I want to do in C++, and only then I'd even consider any even non-permanent switch. Sure. I mean, when I started when I started learning C++, I actually learned like every concept that was in the language at the time. And but I didn't go further than that. I tried to implement some text-based adventure game and stuff like that, but I ran into so many issues with manual memory management, and I didn't know what a debugger was. Logging stuff out to see where the crash happened and stuff like that. Wait, what was I trying to say? I get what you're feeling like. You feel like you need to continue with C++ in order to actually learn programming at all. Is that what you're trying to say? I mean, I get that. But I would say also it doesn't hurt to. I mean, I've seen you looked at other programming languages as well, and it doesn't hurt to do that. But I understand also that you want to focus on C++ because if you're trying to look at other things, then that could sort of distract you from learning it. Wouldn't be physically able to switch. Yeah, I understand. I write C-like code in C++. It's the best way to use C++. And I use classes for things that can be encapsulated properly. But that's the thing. You learn what tools to use at the correct moment. You learn what patterns to employ at the correct way and time and place. Modern C++ gets too much hate. I don't know. I haven't used modern C++ that much, so I wouldn't be able to say. I just know that it still has. I know though that it still has some archaic things in it that feels like it's just in the way and it's just unnecessary. And yeah, there it's like some small details that's in that just feels like, you know, you have to get used to if you're gonna like that. I think one thing is that in modern languages you can easily switch between languages and you still have sort of the same kind of feel and you can do the same kind of things. But once you switch to go back to C++, it's like you have to change some of the ways you're thinking, and you have to sort of, yeah, there's more difference there. Okay, 1 second, I'm getting a call. All right. Why should we complain about stuff instead of simply ignoring them and not using them? No, that's the thing. I'm not complaining about things that's not being used. I don't care about things not being used. I mean, just a simple example is lambdas in C++. Like, I like using lambdas in languages that have lambdas, like anonymous functions, but it's just annoying in C++. That is one of the things, like passing function pointers and stuff like that. Everything is just harder. That's the whole thing. It's like C++. It's just it's just the general feel. Now I'm not using C++, as I said, like modern C++ right now. That was just the feeling I got when I tried to make a project like some years ago. So that's the only thing I'm saying. So I know that it still has this kind of thing, and that those things are not things happening like when I tried the Go for the first time. that was like, okay, it's pretty easy to switch to Go, and sure, there's are some new concepts like the what are called the channels or the whatever Go procedures. No, what was it called, like the yeah, whatever. It was pretty easy to change to, because a lot of things are the same in modern languages. But when you switch back to C++, there's a whole bunch of like things that you feel like you should be able to do, but you can't. I don't know. It's just a feeling that I have. But I mean, a lot of people still use C++, and it's a very valid language to use. I just say that it's. I would recommend, if you just wanted to learn like programming concepts and stuff, it's easier to use another language. But if you feel like C++ is the way to go for you, then I won't stop you, and I won't discourage you from doing that. You should keep doing that. All right. Let's see. I'm just gonna try and implement this here. Oops. Okay, so now we have the lock there. We need to call this function as well. This is basically gonna be called for every. Like, let's say we go to scene, game scene, load scene. So what we need to do is we need to go through. No. Hang on. Yeah, when we create the entities. Oh yeah, so we can go to here and we no spawn. That's right, spawn. Here we go. So here we do init lock on this entity. There we go. So we're initializing the lock on each sort of door now. So we're checking, so this should get this lock now. Okay, and now we can go to the input. Wait, where do we do this? Yeah, we can do it here. So we can get the lock here now. We need to add it. Okay. Right. So actually, we need to try it because we might not actually have a lock. So if we have a lock, we get it here. So what we need to do now is we need to apply this lock logic here. So we need to check, okay, do we have the requirements for the lock? In that case, we just continue with the thing. If we don't have the requirements, then we should show some sort of message and say that it's locked. We could maybe even say what it requires. I don't know. So let's check if we have the requirements. We should probably make this into a function here. Has requirements. Or meets requirements or something. Registry. We also need self. Yeah, that should be good. So play component. if. Right, so we're looping through the requirements, and we're gonna switch on you. No, we don't need to switch. We can just simply check if the inventory get item amount of this is more than or equal to. Alright, we don't have an amount. I guess we'll just check if it's more than or equal to 1. Then we... Actually, if we're checking the other way around, so if it's less than 1 or if it's 0, then we return false. Otherwise we return true. Because, yeah, if we don't have any requirements, this should always be true, I guess. Yeah, it would be weird to have a lock without requirements, but that, you know, it's logically correct now. And we're looking for things that don't match the requirement. If we find something that doesn't match, we return false. Okay, so now we can use this here. So we can say lock has requirements. Yeah, that's it. Right, and we should return a bool here. Heard things, good things about SIG, but I don't know if I should try it. Well, you can see it here. This is, I really like it. I would, I'm really happy that I found this language because it kind of rekindled my passion for programming. You know, it's like it comes with some, it feels like an old language. Well, it doesn't feel like an old language, but it's like a low-level language, I would call it. I'm calling it a low-level language. That is because it has manual management. You know, you can write straight up assembly in it if you want. And so I'm calling it low-level language. It's all relative. Some people don't. Some people only call assembly low-level language, as I've learned. But I wouldn't say that. And it has a lot of modern niceties to it. It's like better C. I would call it like a better C. Even though I have never programmed in C, I know what C is, and I know, you know, what it does. But it just has a lot of nice safety features that you don't have in C. Okay. And I would say for syntax, like, you don't like the syntax in languages, like, okay, I'm gonna say, like, I used to think that syntax was very, very, like, important, and I mean, it is important in some ways, but it's also like, if you're gonna programming in a language, you're gonna have to get used to the syntax. And once you're used to it, then it's not really in the way. And yeah, that's just the way it is, you know. I don't like the I would say I don't like the syntax in C++, actually. But well, now I'm not programming in C++, and some of the things is in SIG I don't like either. But you know, you just have to live with it. That's the thing with syntax. It's like, to me, that's not the deciding factor when choosing a programming language. I don't know. It's just one of those things where I used to think it was more important than it maybe actually is. I had to put that aside to start to see, you know, how I could use these languages for building stuff. Yeah. And now, you know, when I'm used to SIG now, I actually think it's quite nice. So I also used to think that, oh, this looks weird, but then when you get used to it, not so much anymore. Like the capture stuff, it was like, okay, why do we need this? But now it's like, okay, it makes sense to me. I think it's more like what you're familiar with. If it makes sense, it's weird in the beginning, but then you learn it, and now it's just second nature. And so that's really nice, actually. Why is this not yellow? Yeah, the LSP is also, I would say, if you want to try SIG, the LSP is not is a bit of a hassle, to be honest. And SIG doesn't have its own LSP, so it's where I'm using like a popular one is ZLS. Not to hate on it, but it still has like issues, and it does because the whole thing with Zig is it's still very new language, so it still has like breaking changes that you need to change things in the code when it updates and stuff like that. So you have to be aware of these things if you want to try it, and stuff like that. But I think the syntax is probably not going to change that much, so you could get used to that, but and many of the features as well. But if you count on having like a good LSP and stuff, it works for the most time. But since SIG is using a lot of like comp time stuff, like for calculating types and stuff, then the LSP kind of struggles. Does Zig enforce a style for for naming? Not really. I mean, you can always use with your own name style. It actually is a bit weird. I think Zig is. I think it's mostly snake case. I think it's called when you have like my variable like this in the standard library. But I personally don't like snake case, so I'm using whatever is called like camel case or whatever. This here. This is what I'm used to. I like using it. I think the language sometimes uses it's a bit inconsistent, I would say, because if you look at the standard library and you look at, for example, array hash map, and we look at the functions in here, you have it's kind of weird. It's like sometimes it's this style, and when you look at, for example, the functions like get or put, it's this part. So I think it's like when it's functions, they're using this convention, which is I think it's called camel case. And then when it's like variables or fields here, they're using snake case. Go does that. It has a capital letter for public and lowercase for private. Okay. I like this as well. When you have capital for types, that I like, because that is very Haskell. So and it makes sense, because it's becoming a more common pattern to have types in Pascal case where you have capital in the beginning. Yeah. I mean, you can still match. You don't have to use capital. You actually can. You can have. You can do this. You don't have to use. It's not enforcing it, but it's a convention. So. But it does enforce. Well, it doesn't really enforce anything really regarding like code style or anything like that. It does have its own formatter though, which is really nice, I think, because then when it works well, the formatter in. I would hate on the formatter in like Visual Studio Code, or not Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, when you're working with like C#, and you have this function. Let's say you have a function. Where's that thing? Function, my function, and you have like a whole bunch of these parameters. Let's say. Now the way it would format this, it was very strange. It's like it almost I don't know I don't know really. It's like it did some weird formatting sometimes. It's like put this like over here. I don't know. It did some weird formatting stuff. I would hate on that. But Sig, when the automatic formatting is good, then I really like it. So I don't really have to think about formatting and spend time on formatting stuff. Here, for example, if I remove this comma at the end here, it's gonna format. Well, okay, now I have this thing here, so I have to. It's gonna format like this on one line. This is now one line. If you want to make it multiple line, you add a comma at the end of the item, last item, and then you get this style here. And you can also do it in that if you want, but I choose to have it like this. So you can also, like, you know, you can choose the way you want to format it as well. If you want this to be separate lines, you can do it like this. That's the same idea there for function calls. Yeah, so you have sometimes you have like options you can use, and I really like this formatting here. So that I am using automatic formatting because I don't want to spend the time to do it. If it has a nice format, I don't want to spend the time doing formatting. I used to do that a lot before. Like I used to have my own style that is kind of resembling this formatting here, but I realized that other people didn't do that, and then the formatter started to come out, and yeah, I haven't, you know, manually formatted things in a long time, actually. Okay, but let's see. So we want to check if this lock has met the requirements. Well, if it hasn't met the requirements, let's see, how do we want to do this actually? It's like I want almost something in a block here and break out of it or something. I don't know, because now we're in a if, and we can't really just, I don't think you can just break out of it. Well, maybe you can add, I've never used this pattern because I just feels confusing. Like you can add a break here or a label here, and then you can break out. If you don't meet the requirements, you can break to that. That's kind of like a go-to, except you're breaking out of the control flow there, and then we can also do where's the notification stuff? Right, I need to grab the notification system. I used to program in GNU style in C. I used to follow GNU styling even though I thought it was ugly. Okay, I'm not familiar with how that looks. Let's see, notifications. So okay, this. Well, I was kind of changing my way of styling. I had one way in the beginning, and then I sort of saw other ways to do it, and I adapted my own with ideas that I thought was good, and you know, came up with my own thing there. But I haven't used it because I'm always using, you know, the built-in stuff, because it's just I don't want to spend time on doing that stuff. Types with _T Right. Yeah. I was like very against those kinds of things, like prefixing with M and whatever pointer. You know, it's in the type. I was thinking, I was like, why do we need this thing? Like, but yeah, it I don't know. I still feel like I'm kind of, you know, just why. Is it really that helpful? Like, is it really important? I don't know. Some people I think is very adamant about that stuff. Okay, what do we need? We need a notification system. And we need to create a notification. Why am I not getting this type here? It's not a rigid part. What the hell? I think the LSP has gone insane. Okay. I need to call this function here. Create notification. And we need to create this notification. So this notification is something. So we don't really have a type for this. I guess I'll just add this type. It should really just be text. Let's just add one that's called text or something. It doesn't have a special thing. A title, I guess. Quest notification. Okay, whatever. I'll just say notification. I guess we have a title on everything. So this is basically exactly the same thing here. Oh, it's just it's just okay. Fine. So it's exactly the same thing, except I think we're showing it maybe in a different spot. I don't know. But yeah, let's just do notification. We have the notification here. Oops. Do we have like a dot init here? No. I think we'll add one just for convenience here. So we have title and type. And the notification. Come on. Title is title and type is type. Oops. Return. There we go. Oh yeah, we cannot have this as a identifier, so I'll add an underscore. It's fine if you have to search for the struct you are using to see. Yeah, okay. What the types are. Yeah, I guess I don't know if it's just that modern LSPs have spoiled me or something, but I really think that LSPs are very good if you're used to them to increase your productivity, because it's like I don't want to have to go and look up every little thing. If I can just get the computer to do it for me, why would I need to go and do it myself? It's like some people argue that you get like you're more into the code and you're more like you have more stuff in your head. But I don't. Maybe I don't want this in my head. I don't want to have that stuff in my head. If I feel like for me personally, my productivity increases a lot when I can use an LSP. I'm also honing my skills as a when you write code and using that tool available, like NeoVim has a bunch of string manipulation stuff that you can use as well. So I am also trying to increase my skill in that, which also increases productivity. So now I'm kind of mixing that. Now with Zig, when LSP doesn't help as much, I'm also improving those skills as well. Makes the naming is more sane. I had a friend called Ethan who was a streamer, and he has this style, was doing C and GLSL on stream mainly. It was into graphics. He had that style and he was right all along. I came to the same conclusion now. The whole snake case obsession with C programs make it look ugly and scary for people. I feel like for a library or something, the types should be exposed as well, not opaque, instead of using opaque pointers. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a problem in C. In Zig, you don't have that problem, so the solution is to migrate to Zig. No, there are actually, you can still have opaque pointers in Zig. Actually, you can do whatever this, any opaque. This is like a void pointer here, so you can pass this thing. But it's I mean, yeah, it's like, I think it's only used. It's used very sparingly, of course. But instead of passing and like opaque, those kind of pointers, I'm using tagged unions if I want to have something to represent different types of things. So that's also a thing. There's just so much more safety built into the language, and it's probably also it doesn't cost, because it's still a low level language. It should be still potentially be as performant as C. I don't know what to say. Should I try Zig? I mean, if you want to. I don't want to distract you from your journey to learn programming. Yeah, it is very important, the things that you said about if you switch now, maybe you lose interest. I don't know. If you like it, continue, and then when you've learned more and get more comfortable with it, look for other things as well. If you're interested, you might stick with C++, but in my journey I learned C++ first, and then I branched out to other languages and tried, because I was curious about what was out there, and sometimes I liked it, sometimes I didn't. And yeah, not switching, just trying out. Yeah, I mean, sure, if you feel like you can do that, do it, go ahead. There's nothing stopping it. It's way easier to start with Zig, I would say, as well. Try Odin, yeah. That is also very similar to C and C++, I guess. When I was new, I tried Ruby and ROR. What is? Oh, it's Ruby on Rails. Okay. Ruby. Yeah, I've never tried it myself. I've just seen some stuff. I don't know. I get like a weird vibe from Ruby, and I never wanted even to try it. So that's my story with Ruby. I don't know why. I have this sort of feeling that I don't know. It's just something that feels weird about Ruby to me. I don't know. I guess I don't understand it. I guess that's the issue. Maybe I'll try it sometime. But now it's like an old language, so I'm not interested in older languages right now. Except for assembly, I guess. Because you have to. Well, you don't have to, but it's interesting because it's still, relevant in some ways. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so now we should have that. Let's go back here, and now we can say .init, and we have some sort of title, locked, type is text. Okay, what else do we do here? Create, we have a duration and t. So duration, I don't know. What kind of durations do we have on notifications? 5 seconds. Sure. That's it. There we go. Actually, we have game.t here, I think. Yeah. All right. So let's see if this works. I'm not sure if it's the label breaking here works. I've never used it in this way. But it's basically like, okay, we don't want to execute this code if this is true, if we get here. But the thing is, like, you can have an else here, an else here, like there's 2 else's. It's like you have to copy this code. This is just, it's just, I don't know. If there's a way to solve this better, it feels like there has to be, right? I mean, you can have a bool that says met requirements, and we say that this is true, and here we say met requirements is false, and here we say if met requirements, then we do this. All right, let's do that instead, because I don't like the break stuff. All right. Back then I understood nothing because I didn't know what the HTTP server was. Yeah, that was like black magic in the beginning. Like how the hell does servers work and web stuff? And I think, funnily enough, my first introduction to that stuff was like with Java or something, and that's way more magic than things are usually right now. It's like back then, there was so much black magic going on with the servers and stuff. There was so much stuff that was hidden behind the tooling around the thing, and like now you kind of, you sort of get more, you see more of what's happening behind the thing. But you had to sort of install this weird stuff, and yeah, PHP, like what's it called, Apache server, and PHP plugin, whatever you needed to get there. But with the Java stuff, that was so much black magic going on there. Game register get okay. I mean, it's like you have to use their sort of built-in tools and graphical user interfaces to set things up, and it's like you have no idea what's happening and why it's working, and anything goes under the hood. If you do something that is slightly out of the box, everything breaks. Expected 2 arguments, found 1. Oh yeah, this is singleton. There we go. Yeah, because now you see more of what's actually happening, and you understand more as well. I mean, now I think it's a mixture of understanding more of what's actually happening, and also seeing more, like calling more of the functions that needs to be called in order to actually create a server. I mean, right now there's very little, not that much layer between creating a server and the actual system calls that gets called for operating system. I guess also probably the operating system, syscalls have improved as well, and to make things, like, I don't know really what's happening, but probably they have also been improved. Notification, no field and create notification. What? Create notification. Oh, I see. Oh, so it's just like this. We don't need to get it at all. Okay, cool. And also, the communication between the server and the client, that was also super magic. I get it that they wanted to make things easier, but it was also like, what the hell is happening? How does this work, Debug. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, hang on, I'm getting a call there again. All right. I need to go here pretty soon. I'm just trying to fix this last thing here. Yeah. Watch tutorials back then. When I was 15, 16, I want to make sites. I understood it much later due to necessity. I had to do some web stuff for work. So that was like 10 years ago. So that was like 2015. That's when I exited. That's when that was 1 year after I got out of university for 3 years in computer science. Before that, I started to learn programming when I was like, I started to get the interest when I was like 9 years old, and we had this Casio calculator where you could it had one line of text with, like, I don't know how many characters it could display at the same time. It was like one line of text, and you could input basic language, basic program language. You could input like 10 space print and a text, and it would print the text. You could program on one line of text at a time. That was a very very interesting first thing to learn with programming. And then after that, I wanted to get into game development, so I learned like C++ by myself on the internet. What was available then? That was like, when was that? I think I was like 11 years old when I started. So that is now 1999 or something like that. That's insane to think about sometimes. Where has the time gone? Yeah. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. Leave this. We're not gonna be able to fix this in time here. But yeah, start to learn. 9, 10 years old now. I'm 13. Oh shit. Okay. Nice. Well, I will say good luck to you. I thought I was talking to someone who was much older actually. I have to realize that now on the internet there are people of all ages basically. Okay, I was 14. Downloaded Small Basic because I was bored. Yeah. Cool. And I mean I am kind of speaking from first-hand experience that C++ is way harder initial language than anything else basically. But you do you. Go if you feel motivated by it, if you feel like it's fun, go for it. I don't want to detract anything. I want to say it's yeah, it's very very amazing that you're learning it at such a young age. And as long as you feel like it's fun and you get something out of it, then continue, because it's going to be a very nice thing to have. It's as both as a hobby and later as a job. It's really 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 good. Unless we all get replaced by AI, I can't promise anything. But right now it's looking like it's slowly getting there, but I don't like it right now. It doesn't feel like it's happening, but you know, you never know. I don't wanna detract from that either. It is still very fun to learn and to use and build something. Yeah, I don't think it depends on what type of project also. I'm trying to configure some API stuff right now and eventually want to make a multi-threaded downloader, but for now I'm practicing. Okay, that sounds cool. Well, as long as you keep on going, you're gonna learn and you're gonna improve, and yeah, that's all good. All right, but yeah, I have to go now. So thank you very much for watching and joining and chatting with me here. So I hope I'll see you at a later time. So thank you for joining, and yeah, I'll see you later. Have a nice day. Bye.